Good morning, guys. Oh, odd day. Huh, that's a new word. I'm in the mood for some white cheese. I can't believe Gherkin is trading in silence. I wasn't. Hey, look, Fubo's above $1.50. Oh no, Atomic. Wow, you were late. Yeah. Define late. Did you make a ton of money already? The extra puts I bought last night have done well for themselves. Also, my puts that were dead from the day before are now alive again. But not a lot. Thank you, Yeri Tabuli. I would fire you? You can't. How does that make you feel? I would fire me too. I wouldn't fire you. I don't like that gap they left to the upside. It makes me sad knowing we need to fill it. Maybe we'll fill it in 9 months, like the November gap. That's correct, me too. Thank you. Discord muted? Is it? No? Discord's not muted. Discord's working perfectly, I assume. Yes, popcorn. Not the big one. The one at 5606. Oh, yeah. That's probably going to get filled. This is trying to reverse itself a little bit. Please never leave us alone again to make financial decisions. Well, I just overslept. I think I'm not giving a fuck. It might start to give a fuck though, right? Some damage has been done. NQ bear flagging or bouncing? That's a bear flag. Now, I think the question you want to ask is it just going to bear flag back to 20,500? Maybe. We got a little bit of support here. We bounced off of gamma neutral. Almost right off of gamma neutral. Hey, look, my line. Oh, well done. GN moved up more. They both moved up quite a bit last night. But GN on SPXW is 55.94.48. The neighbors called the cops because they heard a guy screaming, "Where the fuck is Gherk?" I used to just like not start the stream on time back in the GME days when GME did crazy shit in the morning, so that the chat would relax. Like they would panic because it wasn't there, but then they would relax, and then I could show up. I still panic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel unsafe, Joe Sixpack. This move down is 100% opposite of your Sunday prediction for super ups on Wednesday. Well, we were supposed to test the high on Wednesday and then fall, I think, is what I predicted. Yeah. But we tested that yesterday. So we're getting the drop a day early. It doesn't matter as long as I win the week and we close below 55.85. Actually, we don't even need to close below 55.85. Just below 5,600, and I beat Dork. I think maybe you don't understand how those are scored. Is it, with no more data, is it likely to just chop the rest of the day? We have an auction. Like an important auction. Right? Don't we have the 20? Yeah, we have the 20 year. We have the beige book at 2 o'clock, so we still have a little bit more data. Gasoline production's falling. So is crude refining. So oil doing well today. Nice. Ooh, and gold is up. I wonder who would have said gold is going to keep going up yesterday and then been completely right. Hmm. I do, but I have fun playing. It's your sweet buttery voice that soothes my daily anxiety that I require. Without it, I am unstable and don't know what I will do to those around me. Are you threatening me to stream? Nice. Can you change the wait music on the Discord? I didn't even know there was any. I thought I had it turned off. I do have it turned off. You can just turn it off. You're choosing to listen to that on your end. I was bored last night, went on Super Slack and read a post that gave me a migraine. Was my medical advisor? What do you suggest I do? Don't go on Super Slack? My Straddle's printed hard. Too bad it's just paper trading. That is too bad. We also called Google so well this week. Thanks, dude. Google. Apple, cat, 100% hit rate. Magic pickle. No, I'd never. Hmm. I love leaving a meeting with my truly humble nonprofit director boss to Gherk being absolutely as smug and as centaurly possible. Thanks, Brett. I like having you here too. I feel like there absolutely should be a fucking tail on TLT or on the 20-year. It's at like 4.49. And the only reason there won't be is because there's a tiny fucking auction, right? Because Yellen's still trying to do her damnedest to avoid actually selling any duration. You predicted that everything tanks? Yeah. Yeah, mostly with the data. How was your morning espresso? Okay. The beans I have are getting a bit stale, but we'll buy some more after the stream today or something. Is Cat done moving for now? Yeah, might have found a top. There's not a lot of call interest above 360. At least not yet. Gold, how could you not love this dream? Gold has done phenomenally this morning. I'm very proud of it. Why did everything tank? Because the Bulls pulled the rug yesterday and started closing all their in the money calls. No, I don't roast my own coffee. I don't have time for that shit. It wasn't data driven. We haven't, the fucking price has barely changed since the data came out. What's the best way to give back all of my overnight gains? You could always try shorting the bottom, right? Holy fuck, calls are pricey. Ooh. Well, EPAM pulled back with the index drop too. So far, it hasn't. It should be pretty insulated. It's kind of illiquid and not in a lot of not in a lot of ETFs. I'm going to play some zero DTs. Do you anticipate SPX stuck down here much longer? Will there be any price action today for me to lose money on? Maybe. 5,600 is going to be a support. And we'll probably be stuck between here and 5610 unless we start to get some momentum at some point. Gamma neutrals at 59.94. If we start moving below that, we might start trending down. It'll be hard to V the price action from here, though, because we're so close to GN. But the dip time? Yeah, I literally said we could go down to 5,600 last night. I'm jumping on a webinar with Jamie Dimon at 11. Do you want me to ask him? Sure. Yeah. With the day off, I want to play some zero DTs. Do you anticipate SPX stuck down here much longer? Will there be any price action intraday? If we lose gamma neutral or we bounce above 5610, sure. What's a healthy pullback on the SPX? Like 3 to 5% would be considered like a fairly standard correction. Drew line at 483.64 on QQQ a few weeks back. Is that still significant line for some reason currently? Thanks, Gherk. I gotta take notes with my lines in the future. No? It's a pretty significant level at 87. And then there's like another one down at 80. But I wouldn't say there's anything significant in this range. Like 80, 76, and 73 to the downside. 86 to the upside. This is a significant level for the SPX, though. Any dip above GN is bullish. Yep. Yep. And we are still above GN. But we're also only, an hour and a half into SLD. VIX 3-month, 16. It's kind of close already. Correlation broke down pretty hard today, and the forward. This is really what I'm interested in, right? Is the forward yield on vol getting above positive, and we're getting kind of close. We're at like negative 4% right now. If that starts to go positive, people are going to start picking up like long vol positions, right? Especially all the people that just bought bonds over the last week. Which is a lot of people. I never held my metapods, luckily. How far can this go? Let me see. I gotta look at Meta's options chain and look at the last night. Gamma neutral on metas at 461. Um, 490 is near term support. Long term support down here, there's not much. I will say that put interest kind of starts to fall off below 475, which is where it's at now. But there's still moderate, like, even though it falls off, there's still a moderate number of puts all the way down to like 425. That's quite a lot of delta down there too. So 470 is a supportive level. Then 450, 420. What is cumulative delta on NQ rocketing, but the price is still going down? Puts are going in the money? Like short puts? IMF said bearish things. Yeah, they did. Please define puts and calls. Buying puts is for downies. Buying calls is for uppies. Popcorn. I don't think you're allowed to call them downies anymore. Maybe not. I have downs. I know you do, Bob. Well, if you sold them, they'd be the opposite. Because you're giving them to someone else for them to have uppies or downies. Is this the bottom for AVGO? No. What does calls are pricey imply? And vol is up. Um, Call contracts out of the money are expensive. The MM is pricing a higher than usual chance that they could go in the money. 200 bips. Clap, 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 clap. Oh, I see what you're doing. Is the treasury site down? I don't know. Well, who gives a shit? What are you trying to look at the 17-week action? If you were transported to medieval Europe, how long would you survive? Where in medieval Europe? Really depends. England? I feel like I could do pretty well. He would own Italy in 22 years. This chart looks pretty fucking bearish, Gherkin. Yeah, I know. See how the reversal died? That's one of the ways you can tell. Hmm. Is NQ gonna break 20K today? It kind of looks like it. It's already down like 240 points. I don't know. 20K is probably a decent support, but dispersion's just crashing, right? Like, up. Dispersion is crashing up, which is bad. It's bad for the markets. Definitely bad for tech. SPX is gonna go into 4,000 today. No, I mean I really, really wish it would, but no, that's absurd. He was already transported back to Persia in the early aughts. That's why all the Persians look like him. They do not. Remember when you had the 12,000 SPX call hedge? It's not a call hedge, but yes. Are you talking about my Rova positions? I still have a few of those. The VIX has to go over like 50 for that to do anything. When I Google Persian, a VWAP ad pops up. None of this is true. Why is uranium crashing so hard today? I have no idea. It's not that crazy of a move. Ready for any more bounces to get SPX puts? Or are you already in as much as you will be? I have a pretty decent number of puts. I mean, I have all of my Vega puts and stuff. I have like a few dead straddle legs, some of which I'm not actually sure are gonna print. But my ones from last Friday finally did, and my ones from last night, which I'm still in a chunk of, and then I have some like cute like TQQQ puts, and for September, and then I have bear calls on Apple, but no puts. I have puts on Google. Let's see. What else do I have? Mm, I have puts on ASML. It's most of my short positioning. Check DMs. It's important. Oh God, I've already seen that. No, it's terrible. Also, that doesn't look anything like me. If VIX hits 50, I will do a backflip. That'd be cool. Wheat pumping, oil pumping, food stocks pumping, it's all making new highs. Metals getting wrecked. I don't know about that. Gold's up. Well, it was up. I told you gold was up. Ha. It's gonna be impossible to squeeze off the fucking massive short position on fucking nat gas. In the summer, you think nat gas is gonna squeeze finally in the summer? I don't think so. That's gonna be tough. We'd have to get like a big shift to commodities. Netflix doesn't look great going into earnings. It fell below 650, but I mean it's holding up a little bit better than a lot of other tech. Can you cover the macro impact of the data this morning? I don't think the data this morning was all that important. Housing was up a little bit, so slightly higher inflation expectations. Building permits and housing starts picked up. Industrial production, probably more importantly, industrial production picked up. I think capacity utilization was higher than expected. And then we already know the input costs there are higher, right? So if input costs are higher and demand is picking up on that side of the supply chain, um, then the impact of those higher costs are going to be felt more readily, right? So it's slightly inflationary, but it's not huge data. I'm sure a lot of people are happy that like the home builders are finally starting to make some moves towards building houses during what is seasonally um, usually a very like high period for home building. I'm sure Sammy has plenty of power. What's the low of the trend? 55.75. Hmm. What trend? On ES? Or like the next major support on. Are you talking about like the next major support on SPX? The next major supports to the downside are like 55.85 and 55.75. Those aren't anywhere near like the prior trend. The prior trend's way below that. Maybe it's a 75. Is that accurate? Mm, it's like 55. Yeah, 55.70. That was where like the prior consolidation was. Are you talking about like this one here? That's some theta to September. Oh, okay. You'll probably be fine. A construction crew across the street is blaring Rascal Flats. I'm figuratively dying. Went down. Oh, don't you fucking start. All right, popcorn. I made $1,500 today. Barl gets to go to college, and it's gone. There's gonna be a lot less sellers of gold at 2,500 than there were at the first test of 2,400. Let's keep that in mind. We're gonna fucking trade flat at 5,600 all goddamn day, aren't we? Ooh, yeah. Even with today's data, though, Jesus Christ, building permits are still so low. It looked better on paper without looking back. We're at 156, 1.56K thousand in Feb. $1.45 now. Ugh. Oh no, NQ faked me out. How? Fuba's little tit moved pretty hard today. Wonder if Fuba's gonna get to $2. Seems so far away still. Oh shit. 1 second. I gotta take this. What's the bull case with GoEV? Bull case is a strong word. It's had kind of a big short position stuck on it since it reverse split. Right after it reverse split, a bunch of short positions almost got blown up, and they moved back in and kind of doubled down on it. So those are kind of sitting there like $3-4. Partially that, but also, I mean, the company, like, I like the business model of the company. I think their management's completely inept, but there is an off chance that they could actually turn what they have into a successful business. And it does seem that their sales team is at least quite good at getting government and corporate contracts to sell the vehicles that they don't actually make. So if they ever were to make any of those vehicles, they could make a lot of money. They would be significantly undervalued. Slightly out of the money, GC calls for eighth. They're holding over $20 in extrinsic value. They look like it gets sell. Decent credit for spreads. If you're gonna try to convince me to short gold when there's a potential for the dollar to crash, absolutely fucking not. You can do whatever you want. I'm not gonna short gold. I'll trim some profits on my long gold position, but I'm not gonna short it. A net management, a possible MOASS. I'm in. Well, here's the thing: a lot of people are actually interested in them becoming a successful company, right? And they have the financial means to start spinning up some actual production. And if they were able to produce, they have like standing contract orders for a few billion in revenue. Right now, the market cap on GoEV is sitting like 193 million, right? If they start pumping out 300 million, 400 million a quarter in revenues, then they would be significantly undervalued at their current market cap. They also cater to you know purely to corporations, not retail, right? And if even if there's like a recession, right? If the cost of capital falls, um, people, corporations will be buying vehicles. GoEV is a dumpster fire. Yeah, yeah, it is. So is Tesla. What's your point? They just need to get a Chinese company to make them. No, no, no. They're a big beneficiary of government subsidies for electric vehicles because they're based in the U.S. They wouldn't want a Chinese manufacturer to take charge. Gold has been very bad at surviving market crashes. Or were you not around from 2008 through 2013? What about 2020? 1980? 87. Post.com bubble. It's been protected against the initial crash before. It really depends on how much currency risk is involved in the market crash, right? Actually, the only market crash I know of gold doing really poorly in was like '08, and it immediately rebounded. And the dot-com crash, it took off like a rocket for like 10 years. Who's there for Roman Empire market crash? Yeah. Do you think GoEV wins government contracts though? Why not? They can't make anything. I get it though, there's a recipe where GoEV can do very well, but a lot of things have to line up. They have the money. I mean, it's literally just their management, right? And that's the reason hedge funds are buying them, because they're going to push the current management out. And if they push the current management out, they have the cash, right? They have no shortage of access to cash. Beyond back to downside expectations, since it's back in the shorting cycle, it's not. It's slowly being covered. We're just not getting as rapid of covering as we would see if it were still on reg show. It also has earnings coming up, which is the increase in volatility is still going to pressure the short vol positioning. Why are bulls struggling? Because there's not a lot of gamma to leverage here. This is gamma neutral, so gamma's kind of at zero, right? Yeah, the management team with them has been my big hesitation because they suck. They take all of the money GoEV gets and they blow it on private jets and hookers and blow. Which, I mean, that's what I would do. But still. Can you talk about beyond earnings? Someone mentioned that this might be their best earnings comparatively. Beyond, so yeah, actually, Beyond guided up for this year. They guided up their revenues for this year. They're been rolling out a bunch of new products and trying to get deals with distributors like McDonald's and who was the other one that they were trying to work with? I can't remember. But they're trying to push their revenues up this year. From a capital standpoint, they have a lot of debt, but they're mostly fine, and their debt's pretty long dated. Um, so they have the liquidity to survive a bit longer, and if they can beat their projected revenue expectations, then they would be moderately undervalued. The meatball yearns for the sauce. The meatball's on the sauce. It's floating on it. 2022 wasn't a crash. It did phenomenally in 2020. It pulled back a little. I mean, like it didn't. It just like pulled back to trend in a way, and then skyrocketed. When the dollar started to recover in like 2014, gold started to do really badly for a while. Gold in the 80s was still an inflation hedge. We're probably still pretty far from an actual crash until the Fed makes a decision. That's why I don't think now's the right time to short it. It just fucking broke out of like what 10 weeks of consolidation to the upside and ran into basically zero fucking sell pressure at 2400. Also, China wasn't the economy back then that it is today. China needs gold. Everyone needs gold because the fucking dollar presents risk to literally everyone. There's nothing else to hedge it with. Like the only reason gold's up right now is central bank buying. BTC is like fucking worthless. Well, that's because it gets sellers, but BTC is not gold. It's not even a fucking physical asset. That's the benefit of gold. You can trade it in almost every currency. Elon's gonna start mining asteroids. Oh, Jesus. Can you spend more on the China and the state of its economy? They still haven't recovered from their COVID lockdowns. They keep trying, but they're not. They're not. I mean, they're not probably really capable of putting forth the capital infusion into the markets that they need in order to bounce back. Largely because their real estate market is in the toilet, right? And that's not something that's going to just fix itself overnight. And so they're not really providing as much in stimulus as investors would like, and that is putting a big drag on their currency as it is compared to the dollar. And so they need to buy gold. They also face the risk of sanctions from the U.S. for pretty much doing anything, right? Um, and they need a commodity hedge against that. And so they've been buying shitloads of copper and silver and gold because if the U.S. decides, to impose any more tariffs or if we embargo any of their goods, they will need to continue to survive without our input. It's been like 4 years. Why haven't they recovered? That has not been 4 years. Their like lockdowns didn't really end until 2023. Is it likely to get stuck? Straddling major levels like 5600 is very risky. Can I get VNGN for Tesla? Yeah, sure. Gamma neutral is 201, Vega neutral is 160. If Uber runs hard this week, would you be more glad about your gains or more sad about Atomic's blown up CC position? Which are you rooting for? No comment. I'm sure he doesn't have all of his shares out at $1.50. He would have pulled them back for the 1 penny, right? I'm also long oil. I think central banks are more than well aware that they're not going to really have the power to ease themselves out of any kind of crash right now. Everybody's debt's sky high. Europe can't do it. The US can't do it. Japan definitely can't do it. China's not really in a position, as we can tell, to bail themselves out. Russia definitely can't. Maybe some emerging markets. Brazil has probably some ability to bail themselves out of any kind of market crash, depending on how severe it is. Why are you long Brazilian stocks? Hmm. Can we find a new country with resources we haven't taken yet? Yes. Yes, we can. Are all of these failures to break up bullish? They're not really failures to break up. Like more or less we're building support, right? If everyone turns the money printers back on, we're gonna see a lot of debt downgrades. It's too soon and COVID was too big. I mean, the US can't even really cut rates, not without skyrocketing inflation. Failures to break down are bullish. That's called support. Housing inflation is going to rocket until it crashes. I think the housing market's kind of already started crashing, right? Like Florida real estate and like Louisiana, Houston, Gulf Coast real estate is already gonna It's already a contagion on that residential real estate side, right? And we already have a shitload of risk in commercial. Were there a bunch of sold calls at that strike we were talking about some time ago? They may have expired. Yeah, it looks like most of the sold calls are now at like 2050. A little bit of call interest out at 21. What a fucking dead chain, though. Jesus. I'm surprised anybody's even making a market for it. But printing money is so last year. What if the US cut rates? It makes it illegal for anyone making over 250K a year to buy anything. They're not going to do that. Can you even get home insurance in Florida anymore? Probably, but I'd imagine it's super expensive. And if you live on the coast, probably not at all. Africa has potential, but it's been messed up by colonialism. Wait for colonialism part 2. You know, ironically, Schwab is probably one of the safer banks. I think a lot of the analysis done there is just incorrect. It's treated like it's a GSIB, but they're a broker. Like first and foremost, their cash reserves are perfectly sufficient. How can I participate in what? So is that the top yesterday? Correction time? Are we seeing 5650 again this week? We could. We need to climb up, and the upside's pretty well defended, so I doubt it, but it's not impossible. There's no data. I don't know what would drive the liquidity to push us back up. Now, if we start falling below GN, things get more bearish. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. Let's break GM. Getting kind of close. We got a gap up at 5605. Was there an SPXW for NQ? Yeah. NDX. And then there's a bunch of like tinier derivatives of NDX, like XSP, but they're all somehow even shittier than XSP. Like they have yeah, NDXP. They have literally no fucking OI on their chains at all. No one trades them. They were not popular products. Even NDX is really not a very popular product. Are you planning on shorting any commercial real estate companies? You mean O? Are you asking if I'm going to short O? Not yet. MDX is awesome if you cash settle. It picks up a lot of volume in like OI if there's like big market moves, but otherwise it doesn't. It doesn't ever have anything on the chain. O is a fortress. No, it's not. I wonder if this will be the worst Amazon Prime Day ever for Amazon. I didn't even know it was Prime Day. I totally fucking forgot about that. Ooh, I could start shopping for garbage while the market chops. Huh. Interesting. Jamie said AI a whole bunch. What's happening with SPX? Fail or run? Chop? I feel like Dow's only up because of UNH. Pretty much. I was at a Rush tribute concert last Saturday with a few friends who are not investors telling me to get into NVIDIA. Are we at a near term top? They might lose everything. How's vol yield doing? It was creeping up earlier. Still creeping up. Are we finna bounce back to 5660? No, I don't think so. Jesus fucking Christ. I just looked at NVIDIA. It's lost a little bit of market cap, Dork. Don't look at it. It's ashamed. Do you still have VIX vertical spreads? Yeah. ABGO about to slip its recent lows. It's probably going to feel some pain. Prime Day user use promo code PICKLE to have 20% added to your order. A vertical spread is the term for any option. Vertical spread covers both long and short spreads. So bear call, bull put, bull call, bear put, those are all vertical spreads. Still haven't broken gamma neutral. Where are you going, Go EV? Stupid Fubo. But Vol's staying elevated. Interesting. What's positioning looking like on SPX? That's a good question. There's support at 5,600. And if we can get over 5,610, we can move up a little bit. It's kind of choppy, but we could. We drop to the downside of this. Starts to get pretty bearish, all the way down to like 55.80. Correlation's still just breaking down. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Why has the great rotation stopped? It hasn't. It's still going a little bit. Manufacturing numbers probably scared people off from small caps a little bit. But it's not like they're tanking or anything, right? It was down like 50 points. Which, you know, after being up like 12% in a week isn't that big of a deal. Gurk, you got bull trapped. How? I think so. Who could have known having all 7 of the Mag 7 stocks falling 3 to 6% in a day would have such a bad effect on indexes? I know, right? Who would have thought? Do you see IWM going under 220 today? I don't know. Not impossible. Looks pretty stable. Some support at like 22. Probably not. Support there. So close the 5,600 almost. Still being sold a little bit. You bored? A little bit. This might go more interesting soon, though. Chance we see an attempt at a pump is pretty high, although it's probably going to fail. That's not good. Did you answer my NWL? No. Interesting. I like the bounce. Earnings is coming up. Pushing into GM. Bounce off of this or what? What do you think of holding Amazon? Short-term bearish? I wouldn't buy Amazon anywhere near these prices. But SPX puts yesterday for August. So glad I did. Nice. Market's down bigly today. I feel like now is the right time to buy a put. You've taught me nothing. I mean, it very well could be over the long term. Could be dead or just taking a breather. I think it's just pulling back a little bit. IWM's losing some steam today, so I am not surprised. Ooh. Is that actually GN? What is it? It's 50, 55, 94, 48. That's the 5640 test on the S. Am I looking glum today? I'm not glum. How you doing, Trina? Overslept a little bit. Sold puts fighting for their lives right now. Yeah, this is not a good position for them to be in. Might not matter. That is bearish as fuck. Doing all right. That's good to hear. How do you get leverage when leverage assets are dropping? That's an excellent question, Cobra. You don't. Yeah, it does. It does put negative pressure on this stack. Also crushes vol, right? Wait, I have Vega puts. Never mind. Win MM long Vana today? We need to fall under like 55, 70. And by the time we got down there, probably like 55, 50. That's usually the problem with these initial drops. When you do get a failure, is that bears aren't generally very well positioned for them. It's almost time for my great awakening. Vic's pushing 15. Yeah, they might short the shit out of that here in a second. Although they might not. Let's see. We're gonna try. Still under GN. Ooh. Rejected off of gamma neutral is not good, right? A weak ass bounce. Hmm. Stronger. Mike, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting outed. Crispy, you too, dude.
Happy
Appreciate
birthday,
guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, it is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Expert streamer. What? Loud? Yeah. It was celebrating the new Dillionaires. Still not really getting a handle on vol here. Futures got rejected at 46. Not getting a lot more calls there. Need to get back over 5,600, which is going to be tough. Tricky. Hmm. All right, 1 second. It's still a little bit weak. It's still very weak. What's your most confident meme shit stock play right now? GoEV, Fubo, or Beyond? Well, I'm up on GoEV and Beyond, so I would guess those two. Hmm. I think we're gonna double bottom at Gherkin, fucking ES 5640. No support from tech. It's just, ooh, the forward yield on volatility is almost positive. You really need to bounce this shit, or it's gonna tank. Hmm. Guess I should put gamma neutral in here too, because it matters. What's it at? 54, 94, 38. Hmm. Still not a ton of call buying, but put aside. So a lot of puts sold at 5,600. I think you're gonna have a 3% down day. It's really not doing well. It should find some support around here. But the level's a little bit untested. Oh, there's a gap up. Yeah, filled. Oops. Can bulls just not? Well, they really need to. They're not doing a great job at it, if that's any consolation. Gamma at like 59.95 is getting absolutely fucking crushed. Hmm. I like tacos, but I also like tacos. Membership milestones. Thank you so much, Scooby Doo. Buying the dip or riding it down. We fell under GN a little bit, but bulls are trying to fight back here. They may not be successful. Starting to get a little bit weak. Futures 56.40. And VIX is kind of climbing relentlessly. Fucking bastard. Got me. Hmm. Maybe. That's not. Fucking zero momentum. Meta's in a free fall. Yeah, MQ's not doing great. It keeps losing support, which is a big problem for the S&P. The tiny port's up 80% on the year. Thanks, dude. Larga vida el hombre Pepinillo. Thank you so much, Clueless Calls. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. What happens when NQ loses 20k? It probably dumps super hard. Call sellers are so relentless. Why are you positioned for a reversal instead of playing the trend? Because the trend is consolidating. Also, this is like a massive risk level for bulls. So I mean, they've been trying to reverse it this entire time, pretty actively. Isn't there an entire theory around dash to trash? Yeah, there is. Why are you positioned for Gurk? What? How the turntables bulls? This is going to be a tough hole for them to dig themselves out of. But they are trying really, really hard. I thought TA doesn't predict future price action. It doesn't. There's a reason why it's consolidating. And that's because bulls are trying to short the fuck out of every put they can get their hands on and stop vol from going up for a second so they can leverage up into the 5605s they've been buying. The problem is that there's call sellers crushing the gamma around like 50, well, from like 55.95 to 5600. So if bulls can't push past that resistance, they won't be able to squeeze the short calls. And if they can't squeeze the short calls, we're going to probably keep dropping. If they do squeeze the short calls, we could push up to like 56.10, 56.15. Positionally, if they don't or are unable to defend this, it's going to drop a lot harder. I also have a lot of puts, so I need something to protect me against the bounce. Dow is having a great day. Mostly because of UNH, though. Remember, Dow's not market cap weighted, it's price weighted. 55, 90. I'm gonna pick up any more Fubo calls with the pullback. No, I got enough. The options really didn't get much cheaper. $90. Yeah, we still need to get up to 600 though. Could we hit 5580, 5586 SPX today? It's possible. I think bulls are gonna. I still think bulls are gonna try to bounce this, which they are. They need to get it above gamma neutral though. $95 and 5600 are still really important levels. Futures needs to get above 5645, back above 5645. Come on, all that effort to push the breakout. You're gonna let it fail? No, right? Definitely not. Big move up in Delta. Ooh, forward yield on volatility is getting really close to positive. This is GN, by the way. Make it yellow. I like blue. I'll go blue. Anyone else having issues with Discord sound? It might just be that I haven't been talking at all. Because I'm trying to watch the positioning here. Almost. Correlations flattening out on the 3-month and the 1-month. Dollar found a little bit of support. Still really not aggressively shorting puts, which is surprising. I think they'd be selling them under GN with reckless abandon. Scared. Interesting. Oh, there's gamma neutral. How's that carry trade looking there? It looks like they need to leverage the shit out of it. There's 95. Now the market makers got their back a little bit. Very little bit. It's so interesting watching call sellers be aggressive. Feels like a million years. Todd's on the roof with a rifle. Weak bounce? It's not that weak. If they can get it above 95, they're going to get more support for it. Above 5,600, a lot more support for it. I think maybe the question is here is, do we reject on 5,600? That locks in 20%, right? Oh, that does. $620. Call buying picking up. Not enough. 5610 still looks very strong resistance. They've been selling the fuck out of this call. Futures got back above 5645. Let's see what happens at 5250. Is it V time? We'll see. For this to really be like a V, we need to break. I think we need to break 5610 and start squeezing off the short calls that came in this morning. So still a really long way to go before anything really dramatic. And this could reject at 5600 still. And I think that would still be quite bearish. There it goes. Do you see what call sellers and call buyers are? How? There's a number of different ways to interpret it. You can use IV, you can use spreads, you can try to track everything that's going on in the market. Bulls just tried to send it and we're falling back below GN. I'm not sure that they sent it sufficiently. There's a little gap there, which is kind of interesting. But let's see where we find support after the rejection. If we find support. Mm. 20-year bond auction, 4.46. 46. What was the prior? Or 0.4. So it stayed flat. Bid to cover was 2.68. That's not good. Indirect 77%. It was only $13 billion though. A little bearish, but only 13 billion. Looks like the 20-year is already pushed up above it. No tail. Yeah, but no improvement either. Also, spot on the 20 moved to 4.473 right away, which is higher than the auction. We're going to start leveraging dispersion. Yep. Wonder what this would pull back to. I think they're really well positioned to sell off to the low again. It's turning around. That's forming support. How big is this fucking gap? 25. Jesus. Let's see if in the money zero DTs are taking profit. Yes. So if we get above 60, 56.10, they're going to try to run this off back to like 30 or 40. I wonder if the puts here are still weak enough to squeeze. They might not be because we're below GN. I think if we have a shot at like 80, 55.80 or 55.75, it's going to be on this rejection. Because the in the money puts are starting to take a little bit of profit. And the out of the money puts, support would be at like 85 or 75. Well, I guess 80, 75 is a better support. That's an awful lot of puts at risk because they just sold a fuck ton of puts to try to push us back above 5,600. If we lose 80, we're probably gonna dump pretty hard. See, still long calls at 95. And then 05. It's pretty hard in SPX speak because I'm thinking like 100 basis points. Okay, so depending on where this lands, right? If bulls could push a full reversal, say we wick down to like 56.26 ES, Maybe 56.21. If we hit 56.21 and the puts capitulate because they're still short dated. So we get profit taking on the put side. We could move. Huh. I would say like 80 bips from the intraday low, which would be like 60 from spot. We're already way past the MM's expected move. The long-term trend test is around 75. Monthly GM is down at like 5,500, so we're still pretty far from that. So 55.20. Yeah, it'd be like 55.25 to 55.30. But I think at this point, right, because the auction was kind of bad, in order to do that, we would probably have to fall into the majority of puts. So at least to like 55.80, if not 75. Right? Because those puts will have to capitulate for us to reverse. And then we have to reverse hard enough to squeeze the out of the money calls that have been sold. You want to risk wicking the long Vana? The long Vana is still way below spot. And don't forget that moves down as prices drop, right? So prices have to drop faster than the market maker can hedge their positioning. That's the only way you end up long Vana on the day. And if that happens, I mean, you just fucking buy a put, right? It's gonna keep tanking. But right now, like the MM's positive delta at like 605. So they don't want to be down here. You think they attempt to push back to 5,600? I think they let some of the puts, the long puts print, right? Because if we fall, they can sell those puts at a higher premium, and then I think they'll stomp on the premium on those puts and try to reverse it. So, you know, like let VIX hit 15. I think they have to give that up now. If the auction had gone better, they could have possibly pushed up off of the auction, right? But it didn't. So yeah, I think they need to capitulate a little in order to reposition. Stayed in 5610. That's going to get pretty heavily sold, right? There's the 85. Let's see if we can hit what, 70, 75. Maybe 70. So it's either they try to reverse it here or they try to reverse it at 75. This is ES 5635, which isn't, it's not usually a very strong support. It was a little bit of a support back on the 11th, but we wicked down and tested like 5621 off of it. There's another trend there, and we lost that. Yep. All right, so you see back here where this like 35 acted as support. So they're trying to get support on it here, but I think we could test as low as that. Ooh, yeah, I'm trying to reverse it here. Goddamn. Remember, it's harder to V here, right? So below GN, V's go the other way. So far, every rally has been sold. Yep. I really don't think this is the best place to try and reverse it, but I find your faith in the bulls disturbing. Why? You're talking about billions of dollars of risk, right? They're not just going to give these levels up. Not if they can help it. This one might get stuffed. I don't think they bled off enough of the puts. So that's kind of how this works, right? They let it. So when things actually get bearish, you get long puts on top of the short puts, right? And if they let it drop a little and then try to reverse it, they can force capitulation on strikes that are out of the money, right? Which dumps the drag that's pulling us down, right? So maybe on a like a $10 drop, they can get those puts to print a little, right? And then at the bottom, they sell the fuck out of those puts. So they snap back through their stop losses. And if they can do that enough times, right, then they can get a reversal. They can shake off the put positioning and reverse the price. Do you get how that works? The Todd shake and bake method. Yeah. Exactly. Sounds like bears need to toe ring. I mean, put holders are really unlikely to do that, right? Puts generally profit quickly, and then they reverse, right? So you want to. That's why you want to take profits when you buy puts. You don't want to sit on them. Not unless things are really awful. Weird, but I get it. Okay. No, I don't get how that works. It's too complicated. Okay, so the premium on these bot puts, right? You know, say they cost like 5, 3, 250, right? Um, if the price drops, the premium on these is going to go up, right? And then they can sell those puts, which pushes the bid ask apart and starts to slam the prices of the premiums really fast. So they could end up being worth less, significantly less than they should relative to spot, right? And this triggers stop losses. And, you know, if you have a big pile of put positioning And you can do that once. You can kind of reduce that size of that positioning. You do it again, you reduce the size of that positioning even more, right? And then now that positioning is no longer pulling down on price action, and you can reverse the price. They give them money in exchange for selling their puts. Exactly. But ideally, they give them less money, right? But if you have a lot of put positioning, and you want to try to drive prices up, you need to force that positioning to capitulate. So you got to give them something, right? They've bought so much that they've fulfilled their own prophecy. It is complicated. It's kind of like chipping away at a rock, right? Like you have a pickaxe, and you have a boulder tied to your it's chained to your leg, like a small boulder, right? And that fucking boulder keeps pulling you underwater. So you gotta hack away at the boulder. I don't. It's a fucking terrible analogy. I'll think of a better one. That made it worse. Or they could scare the put holders with a green peener. They can't get a green peener, right? That's the problem. There's no green peeners here. Gamma's negative. They're far more likely to get a red peener than a green one. Why don't you hack it away at your leg? I'm definitely getting through these puny things before I'm breaking a boulder. Pickaxe Minecraft. Letting sand out of the sandbag holding you down. Explain what Barbie is. So it's like this: the puts are their pickles, and you got to get them sandwiches to put their pickles on, so they eat them and leave, and then you can have your pizza with pineapple. Pickles should never be put on any sandwich, by the way. Puts are meant to be cut, calls are meant to be diamond handed, and instead of cutting for profits, you just buy a put there. This is the fundamental concept beginners should understand. That's the stupidest thing you've ever said. You've named fine a Cubano. Okay, I'll give you that. There's no other sandwich that should have a pickle. No, hamburgers shouldn't have pickles. It's disgusting.
There's no green peeners here. Sounds like a quote from an apocalyptic movie about Wall Street bets. Traders wandering a decimated stock market. Yeah, a little bit. Is this gonna fucking fail or what? Oh. It's coming back. Back over GM. It's almost a successful bounce off of 85. It's really gonna suck if this fails, though. Ugh. That looks kind of promising. If we can get over 5,600. 5,600 is the tough part. Look at Michael Blurry over here. What? Oh. Mm. That was weird. It's just full ported puts, and now they bounce it. They bounced it at 85. This is just a continuation of the initial bounce. Somebody puts at the bottom. It's like $50 of upside to capture and like $10 below 85. Full ported puts at 54.95. And they bounced it. No, they didn't. You full ported puts while it was just ripping straight up. There wasn't even fucking resistance. Scroll up and tell me if my analogy works. It's like a boat floating in water, and the boat's full of negative gamma, and the boat's elevation is price, ballast. As it sinks more, negative gamma falls off the boat and gains buoyancy. Positive gamma. Well, not necessarily positive, just less negative. Maybe like a submarine and a ballast pump would work. It's gotta be something to do with water. Is now a good time to buy IWM? Probably not. $23. Really, it's really a stretch for it to run much higher than that, but I mean, you could try. I feel like it's really a very best case scenario. I want to buy some like stupid fucking out of the money call. Like a 30. It's only 70 cents. Now it's 80. My 5630C is on fire. Oh, nuke. What have you done? I'm paper trading Tesla and I'm nailing it thanks to you. I would have made 15K. I'll keep at it. Good. Nice. Stop. It's not funny. Only sold 40% of them. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Hopefully you get the rip that you need. What subscriber level gets Pickles Packs? Dillionaire. Why are you buying 5630C? Are you poor or something? Stop only having settled cash. Join the unlimited trading side. I want to buy the 5630C in case it 20x's. That's why I want to buy it. What subscriber level gets guaranteed returns? Guaranteed returns? Hmm. I'll have to create something new. McMalky, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting your accounts linked up and stuff.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than
I'm not gonna manage your account with Pontiff. I mean, I'll tell you what you're doing wrong, but I'm not gonna manage it. I would give you 100K straight up right now to manage my account for 3 years. That sounds awful. I don't want to manage your money. Your account has $1,000 in it. What the, what the fuck? Milkman T, welcome back to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. If you listen and learn, your returns will be guaranteed. This man is a stock god. They won't be guaranteed. That's guarantees never a thing, right? But you can learn a lot. You can learn to manage risk. Well, the first thing you tell the Pontiff is they could have been more profitable if they didn't buy Pontiff. It'll be worth it for the right person. I don't know who that person is, but what if I give you $50 to manage mine? 40% commission. Also, you need to move your money to somewhere that isn't Texas. I'm not dealing with their weird laws. Actually? No, I'm just kidding. But maybe one day. It'd be cool if you actually went through on doing a series of videos where you enter a random position once every X days, manage the risk on it to make profit with even a mediocre entry. Yeah, Dork was talking about that. I really hate that this is rejecting off of 95 right now. They better find some fucking support. Otherwise, what was the point of this shitty bounce? Bill's doing all this fucking work for nothing. That's actually kind of neat. Interesting. Good. Alright, so 35 support ES, and then failed to break back above trend. But the support's getting stronger. It's just not strong enough yet. I need to get back. Yeah, still need to get back above 5,600 for anything big to happen to the upside. Maybe IWM's more fun here. I can't believe they haven't shorted all this beautiful, beautiful volatility yet. Maybe you'd have to be making like 10% a year for it to be worth it. You make 4% on a good year? No, I don't. 4% a year? Jesus Christ. How dare you? I'm gonna buy your company and force you to work the rest of your life. I have the tiniest little mushroom. Okay, cheeseburger. Stop cheering the bulls. I have puts that need saving. I'm not cheering them, but they're gonna do what they do, man. Popcorn was the epitome of this. He was paying real good attention before Colonel was born. It was making bank, enough to fund his pigeon wheel for a while. Now he's panic buying spy puts with the rest of us. I'm trying to goad you into managing my money. Yeah, I see that. That's working. Which I don't like. It's almost 80% now. Tesla's been about to make a decision on 250. Ooh, it is. There's still a lot of fucking calls there. I don't know. What's dispersion doing? It's still kind of flatlining. The bulls are so close to getting fucked, though. This is getting very close. Yeah, it moves in real time. Me and Dork build cool shit. Hmm. How is this fucking option still that price? Oh, it's not. Ooh. So green and red tips touch. It's a crash time. No. But yeah. I gotta kind of go out to the daily for that. It's not good, right? Like this was bottom of April, like the April correction. This is bottom of October, right? If they cross, it's pretty bad. Um, it's been a long time since that's happened, like COVID, right? But very specifically, if they cross, like, and the yield curve is uninverting as they cross, right? So like 2020, or you go back to Volmageddon, 2008, right? Did they cross before or after the bottom? Before? I mean, I'm pretty sure that anytime the convexity on vol, like the forward convexity on vol is positive, you like that's the signal anyway, right? That you want to be like long vol. That's when everyone's gonna go long vol. That's the reason. We have a Beige book coming up in like 10 minutes. I forgot how much SPX contracts cost when VIX isn't 12.50. Yeah, they get pretty pricey. Failed. Maybe it's time for more SPX votes. No, I think they're still building support. It's very slow. Everything's kind of working against them. It would be interesting though if VIX goes into backwardation. I think if it does, they'll start to try to short the fuck out of it. Recut expectations are still pretty flat across the data today. Still haven't lost 55.70. Will Beige book have any impact? Probably. Might get greedy and get near dated $10 out of the money calls. Puts at market close. Interesting. Short it with what leverage? Like bond, like the 10, 20, 30 years are going up. The problem is dollars also dropping in line with that. Industrial production was inflationary, wasn't it? A little bit. But all that, the only effect we really saw from that was like a little bit of moderation in short-term yields, and then like priced out like 0.01 of a rate cut. So not a lot of movement on those. They're not huge data sets. If they miss really bad, then they can have an outsized impact, but I don't think Diamond wants to be at the Fed for fucking ever. 3 years, damn. I need to touch grass. No, but you do need to go wipe Barrel's ass. Oh no, inverted head and shoulders on SPX. Cheers, Carl. It's trying, right? You think the Fed will cut this year? Not should they, but will they? Oh. I really hope not. They've done a lot of outlandishly stupid things in the past. Two months behind you, so it could be a crisis. Dumb fuckers seem to want to. Yeah, but how much of that is rhetoric, right? What about our SSSS? Well, I mean, that would benefit, yeah. Hmm. Charm supportive at 5,600.
5602 to get 5604 to get delta positive. That's still a big move away from spot. What's Fubo doing? IV's pricing up on Fubo really fast. How is this not pushing out any short calls? You mentioned the Bulls building support. They're buying in the money calls at 85. They've sold puts at basically every strike below that. But there's resistance at delta neutral, or gamma neutral, which we've seen several times, right? It's hard to break above that because they need enough momentum that the market maker starts to step in and pick up gamma, which may take longer. It's 2 o'clock right now. Khaki book tell us anything? Prices increased at a modest pace overall, with a couple districts noting only slight increases. Expectations for the future of the economy were for slower growth over the next 6 months due to uncertainty around upcoming election, domestic policy, geopolitical conflict, and inflation.
Economic activity maintained a slight to modest pace of growth in a majority of districts. Reverse repo fell by a few billion also. Doesn't look like any immediate impact on Fed fund futures. Why do I keep doing that? Dork. Our $6 Humana leaps are $39 now. Woo! No money will be spent on your fucking Mazda, alright? Dude, stop trying to pump lumen. Jesus Christ. I've always viewed Miatas as expensive roller skates. Even if all of us bought it, wouldn't do anything. It's because they have a 1 billion share float. Wasn't Hum a Pickles pick? Yeah. You think this could really move 80 bips in the next 2 hours? It's probably unlikely, but it's not impossible. I think it's more a question of timing. But bulls gain a significant advantage if they get it over 5,600. And they could press that advantage and squeeze off shorter dated puts. How's the out of the money put shedding going? I was more interested in the money. And okay. The bulls have definitely built stable support at 85. $55.95 is gonna smack it first. But $55.95 is weakening, right? People are taking profits on these dips. That was also a 400 and was once over a 5. Weakening consumer. Why shouldn't I buy a 300p for December? I can think of a few reasons. One, if rates get cut, small caps like Ulta will benefit. Small mid caps. Also, it's getting pretty good accumulation here. I don't think it's going to lose 380 anytime soon unless the market dumps really hard. Is this a stronger pump? They're starting to try to push the dispersion trade a bit. See? This is kind of where we flatlined on the dump. And now they're trying to turn it around a little. I cut my puts and I only have a call. We can crash now. We can't actually because you cut your puts. See what you've done? A full ported 5525p for tomorrow. Thanks for asking. Huh. Force long puts to close and squeeze sold calls is a perfect recipe for a god candle. There's a small problem with that. Still have to get above 5,600. Update isn't going well. You know what's had a good week? Sherwin. I debated playing it, but decided vacation was more important than paint trading. Yeah, I'd imagine today's data was pretty good for Sherwin. I'm still down 8K, but I'll live to die another day. At least you got something out of it, right? Like you must have gained back some of your premium on this drop. Next time, use like a debit spread or something if you want to just carry a put for a month while the market's rocketing. You know? That way you lose less money. Should I put Elden Ring on sale? That game looks so big it almost feels like a job. I think it is. Are they gonna gap it up overnight? Probably not. No, I think to push it up, they're gonna need the MM. They'll probably try to pump it today rather than try to pump it overnight. I'll time the top better next time. You mean you'll wait for Gamma Max? Oh god, it's a diamond bottom. Jesus Christ. I think Warren Buffett low-key figured out seances to keep the bromance with Charlie alive, and that's how he's still doing okay. I think him and Charlie just cloned themselves with different names, and that's who their successors are. AKA Elon Musk. Going. Ooh. Bull's gonna step on the gas. Are those 5630 calls a meme? Not if we get above 5600, they're not. Update. It's going worse. How many times do I have to tell all of you guys to stop buying fucking puts at the bottom? Weird. How did all these 5620 30C get in my port? I don't know. How did they get in your port? It's not an engineered short squeeze. Gherk, this is a top. Stop it, Cobra. How did all these Carvana puts get in my port? How do we know it's the bottom? You see where it keeps not going down more? Like that happening a bunch indicates a bottom. You know it's the bottom when everyone here is talking about buying puts. You guys, I give you guys a lot of shit for not confirming your entries, but I gotta say, a lot of you really, really like to kind of over confirm them. Like, you just wait until the entire drop is over and then buy puts. But secret bottom, we'll see. Still not above 5,600. Gotta be really sure. Disliked. Yeah, because that's when it looks the most bearish. We've lost $20 in the last 4 minutes. I think it's time to go short. This looks solid. People change, man. I know. I know. Well, some people. Not me, Gherk. I do that thing where I hit the drop, take all the profits, then YOLO everything back into puts at the bottom, because guaranteed market crash. Zoom in, Dad. I can't see the bips. Ah, Jesus. I want this contract to get back to $20 today, Dork. What do you think? Not only do I like to buy puts at the bottom, I like to buy calls at the top. Also buy and sell puts and calls within chop. This is probably going to reverse. It reverses. Dang, I missed the perfect entry. That's okay, I'll get another entry. Non-stop continuation. Fuck it, I'll jump in. Reverses again. See, that's the thing, is sometimes you've just got to accept that you've missed the entry, right? I have a hard time believing green candles should be allowed in this economy, and yet, here they are. Too real? Like watching Black Mirror in 2024. Push it. Push it real good. What's that famous Buffett saying? Pee pee poo poo or something like that? Yep, that's the one. What are the holy grails of a trader's journey? Accepting it's okay to miss moves. Yeah. Because there's always more of them. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Dark, I'm long RSP at 72. Can you tell the GoEV HFTs to fuck off? But how would they make money on the bid-ask spread if they did? The auction was flat. It wasn't a tail, but it wasn't good. It wasn't a good auction. It was small, thankfully, for the bulls. I want 10 5630s. Let's ride. Well, thanks for ruining that for me. Haha, fuck you, bulls. If I'm in, it's over. So you really didn't close the puts? You just said you closed the puts so the bulls would hear you, and then bought calls so they would know that you were telling the truth. It's still very early. You know, Dork, if bulls hadn't sold puts all the way up to 5630, I might feel differently about today. Should I just be selling 5630s? Huh. Maybe I'm fucking up. The recipe to closing red between both positions. Yeah. I bought August 5550, 5540p debit spreads at open. That's very narrow. I wonder if I'm going to regret that choice or like it comes next week. Or like it come next week. We'll see. It's not next week yet. Selling the 5630 is a high T move. Yeah. Actually. Oh. Prairie Dragon. Turtlehead? Mm. Selling the 5630 put? Well, I mean, they probably sold them yesterday, but they're still there. Might be pennies in front of a Ferrari. Let's do it on ES. We could look. Testing 55, 5650. Oh yeah, they're starting to push dispersion pretty hard. Look at that. Just in the nick of time. No. Oops. Why aren't they sending us their best bulls? They're trying. Don't worry, they left a gap. Fucking Delta's almost positive. Yeah, above 5,600, Delta's positive. So we're getting some call sellers coming in here and a little bit of profit taking on the 5,600 test, but I think that could still reverse pretty quickly. Double gap. Ollie, sorry if you talked about this. Do you see us reversing and moving up for the rest of the week? Or could we see more downs tomorrow, Friday? I definitely think we could. I just think that we kind of oversold the price action today. Like opening tomorrow below 5650 on the longer term is still pretty bearish. Don't forget to leave a gap when you sell. It's because the positions are moving apart, right? You have the buy to you have the buy to open and the sell to close on the same contracts, and they're gapping the spreads. You like that, Dork? You want me to whisper more sweet nothings into your ear? Well, that's first gaps. What about second gaps? This is still pretty weak for an inverse head and shoulders. We need to move up quite a lot for this to fully play out, right? Potatoes. I want this to be bullish so bad. It's getting there. CC's same like infinite money glitch forever. No. Does it get bearish if the bounce fails? If we fall back below gamma neutral, yeah. I think so. Mm. Yeah, it looks like there's support. Bulls are still trying to sell calls here. Bears. Interesting. Take advantage of the rejection. Maybe. Mm-hmm. And then reversal. Right? We're above GM, but there's not a lot of gamma, right? Like the market maker's not positive a lot of gamma, so we need to move higher so that the market maker has more exposure. Like at GM, there's none, right? So positive gamma would need to it would necessitate a move higher, right? 243. Futures needs to find support at 45. GN's at 55.94. It's a blue line. So is GME gonna have trouble getting to 30? I think Gamma Max is like 28, so yeah. It's at Gamma Max right now, which is gonna probably encourage short vol. But it's OPEX next week. A bunch of those short calls are gonna fall off. Friday. Do you just eat them solo? Yeah. Why would you put a pickle on something? It's like a fucking wet cucumber. No, you shouldn't put pickles on any of those things. Soggy bottom boys. I don't put coleslaw on barbecue. That's fucking gross too. If you put pickle on anything, it just tastes like pickles. It's too overpowering. Yeah, it really is. Stop eating shitty pickles. Even a real crispy half sour, it's a bit too intense. It's too much acid. Fried pickles are gross too. Bull trap. Oh shit. I know we lost Gian again. That's not good. If this is a stop loss hunt, it's pretty intense. That's very wide. Curious. What a charm is like here. Rough. Yeah, that's still pretty rough. Delta still positive at like, not even fucking move up. 5604. Nice, dirty little toe beans. So the 5630 by the 5585 wasn't so idiotic. I'll eat my own words, unless this in less than 15 minutes when this rips faces off, I bet. It might not. Still having a hard time getting above 5,600. The calls are being sold pretty aggressively. And we've lost gamma neutral again, which is bearish. No, Bulls didn't die, but they got fucking slapped in the face. Looks like we're struggling pretty hard to regain GN. Yeah, but this isn't, like, we haven't really found a support yet. We're starting to, maybe. But, I mean, I think there's probably more support at, like, 90 than there is at 92. Yeah, that makes more sense. Hmm. So much negative gamma to the upside. Hmm. Hmm. 1 second. Robin, people on Robinhood 0DTs are not what's keeping the SPX down here today. You check V? I'm thinking about playing earnings. Mixed. I'm not sure their earnings are going to be very good, but I would say they're probably going to be mixed. I'm starting to feel bad for the Bulls. Yeah, don't. What's for lunch? I got some pesto ravioli. Oh, it's invisible. Huh. Pine nuts are way expensive. I think it was $24 a pound. They're not cheap. Is ravioli a sushi or a burrito? Calzone? They're inside the pine cone. They're not a nut. They're like an angiosperm. Who's bullshit? Or gymnosperm. Gymnosperms. Why can't bulls get it over 5,600? Because people keep selling calls at 5,610. Like so many of them. Which kind of crushes the gamma here. Yeah, I guess it kind of makes it like that. Although, as those decay, that will have less of an effect. Weak. So it failed. I'm not even sure they have another shot at bouncing this. Not just testing 20k, broke through 20k. Why are you still holding the calls? Because it can still squeeze. Is it a higher low? Maybe. Still need more support. I was trying to short vol again, though. That's not a very strong trend. NQ did fall below 20K for a second. Close above 28 on GME mean anything? Didn't it close above 28 yesterday? Yeah. And the day before that. And the day before that. Have you been adding any UGI? I don't know. I have some buys set, but I'm not sure if any of them filled. Looks like the last time I picked some up was at 22.50. I'll check it out. Hmm. One more 5,600 test. I don't know. Maybe they can push through it this time. It's going to be hard. Are you going long Nike? No. Nike reminds me of it when everyone was trying to go long PayPal because they don't understand the sector. Didn't PayPal go up $10 after everyone wanted to buy it? No, it stayed flat for months. That's old news. Thanks for confirming my bias with a rejection of 55.90. Went from being down bigly to selling at 20% profit. I'm going to quit today while I'm ahead. I hope you're enjoying your meal with pickles in it. There's no fucking pickles in my meal. Thank you, Navy Nuke. Can we see Power Hour Haktua? We'll find out. There's really two outcomes to today. Bulls win when we rock it up into close. Or Bears win and we stay somewhere between here and 75. I see a low of 55 and a high of 70. I think PayPal got down to 50 at one point. Explain the sector. Humor me. The consumer is weakening and rich people don't buy Nikes. They also have tons of international exposure. So they are far more exposed to the global economy than many of their competitors. And while the US consumer is doing fine, consumers in other countries are not doing well at all. Michael Jordan gets paid to wear Nikes. Nike is heavily influenced by how well China is doing. Yes. China, Europe, South America. They they were benefiting for a while from the stronger dollar. I think is that Nike should rebound and smaller unknown brands will fall. Lululemon, Under Armour, etc. Last time I looked, Nike has a shitload of debt. Let me see. $23 billion in total liabilities. 12 billion of that's in debt. A large part of the sell-off was them guiding down at the last earnings. Um, I mean, net income right now on 12 billion in revenues, about 1.5 billion. Pretty consistently. And they're gonna feel the pinch from input costs as well. I don't think the sell-off's all that unreasonable. Lululemon is not a small unknown brand. No, they're not. But I think he was saying other unknown brands and Lululemon, Under Armour. Yeah, I wouldn't go long Under Armour either. Nobody I know outside of finance has ever heard of Lululemon. You don't know a lot of women, do you? Long Carhartt. Poors love that. Carhartt's the t-shirt of the rich now. I don't know a single woman that I've met that doesn't know what the fuck Lululemon is. Their advertising is ubiquitous. They're fucking everywhere. Tell me you don't yoga pants without telling me you don't yoga pants. Do you find women wearing Lulu attractive? I don't really care what they're wearing. I don't think wearing Lululemon makes you attractive. Pretty sure if you have a flat ass, no matter what you squeeze it into, it's still going to be a flat ass. I can confirm. Remember when you almost got a Lulu hoodie from earnings and then vol crushed? How dare you insult white women like that? Racist. Lots of people have flat asses, not just white women. Maybe it's not that popular around Chicago. Yeah, I could see that. Although I thought they were killing it in the Midwest. Maybe they're just lying. The CEO of Lululemon doesn't believe in fat girls wearing leggings, too, so mostly it's worn by girls that are semi in shape. And guys. I regularly say to my life, with a long back. Here in Southern California, every woman wears that stuff. It's really popular there. It's popular here too. Didn't he choose the name because he thought it would be like difficult for Japanese people to pronounce? He's a weird guy. Yeah, he's a nut job. There's a 0% chance to live in Chicago around upper middle class women and haven't heard of Lulu. Okay. Well, there you go. I feel like these last few days, we've been watching your end of day to see if your underwater positions print in the final hour. I've been having fun with the end of day gambling. Mm, weak fucking test. Get your shit together, bulls. Hmm. It's gonna be a flat close, and I'm not happy about it. Interesting. Maybe. Mm. Charm's still negative here. It'll stay negative unless we get above. Probably need to get above 55, 10 or 20, actually. There's still a shitload of sold puts to the upside. Calls to squeeze off. That, like, I don't know, 55.10 out through like 55 or 56.10 out through 56.30. But unless they can push up into positive delta, which is like above this trend line, basically, they're not gonna be able to squeeze those off. And that means they have to push up through the barrage of call selling that occurs every time we push up even a little bit, which is tough. Now, right now, all of those sold calls are pushing gamma here at spot down, right? But as they decay, the pressure at spot falls off. And so that's kind of when we can push up. But if they keep persistently selling them, the pressure will stay persistent. And so far they have been. So nothing's really spooked them out of their sold calls. That's why all of these tests at 5,600 keep breaking down. Because the gamma through here is just super negative. Big old wall. EPM said fuck it down market. Yeah, it's doing pretty well. Can you start doing SPX wrap up expectations for tomorrow and the rest of the week at like 3:30? So I can use the info to straddle, kind of. Hmm. No, probably not. A lot changes at close, right? I mean, you shouldn't need that info to straddle. That's the beauty of straddling. We have price targets for Beyond. I'd like to see it go above $8. Pulled back pretty hard today, right? This is just fucking rocketing here. Oof. Odd. Mm. $14.50. What the fuck is ES doing? Still below trend. $18 left. And we haven't caught the knife. $55.90. We're gonna dump. Care about those. The craziest part about this is even with 14 minutes left, if bulls can get it above 5,600, they can still push it up to like 5,620. Why are they beating Jimmy's dead body? What did it do? Fail today? Ooh. That's not that bad. Probably profit taking on the weeklies. That's a lot of if. That's just one if. It's not like bears have a ton of negative gamma either, right? No, someone's definitely exiting the dispersion trade, but they're pushing it right now. Or, well, they've been trying to push it for the last hour or so. Hmm. Positive delta at 5,600 now. So that moved down. 13 minutes left. Close my puts. Hold overnight. Looks like we're going to close below GN. Unless they can get another reversal here. Dollar's still dropping. Yields are flat. Well, I could just buy, instead of adding to the short legs I have from the two straddles, I can buy calls to hold overnight and just keep the in the money puts. Is it safe to short Tesla right now? Tesla still has a ton of like short dated call interest that's holding it up. It did fail to break out last week again above 60, but there's a lot of calls at 50, 55, 60 that are still there. There's a bunch, and there's in the money calls too, which will make it harder for it to fall. I didn't expect SPX to be stuck in a 10-point range all day. I know, it kind of sucks. I would be even more pissed if this rips back to like 56.10 before close. It's really hard for them to leverage off of GM. Normally these turnarounds take like a ton of capital. It's safe to double down on EPAM leaps with this confirmation move. I wouldn't say it's safe to double down on it, but you could add if you want to. It broke up through the 209 on the prior high, so it looks pretty strong still. Is Cat still over Gamma Max? I don't think so. Let me double check, but I don't think so. Maybe it is. Gamma Max on Cat's at 355. Yeah, still a little bit over it. Cat's not entirely influenced by its options chain, though. It's got a lot of active fund pressure. Did you close the Apple bear spreads? No, I could. I mean, they're just decaying at this point. I'm not super worried about Apple reversing to 235 like overnight or anything. Nasdaq's been getting the shit kicked out of it, so I expect that'll probably continue. What's likely for the back half of the week with the Bulls' epic fail today? Probably a continuation. Well, we don't really have any data left this week, right? This puts Charm negative, I think, on the positioning for both expiries into the end of the week because we fell below 5650 and definitely below 5600. That's going to be tough to fight back against because all of those sold puts are going to be decaying in the money into the expiry on Friday. So it's going to be a shitload of delta. If we move down more, even more of that delta is going to get exposed, right? Is that just a failed short attempt on GME or some end of day volatility? What? The drop? It's probably some profit taking. It's been it's been failing the like 59 or like the 2983 test several days in a row. The positioning on it's still pretty bullish though. Jobless claims, I don't know how important those are going to be unless it's like a big surprise. Like they rarely have a outsized effect on indexes. I think the ECB has their rate decision tomorrow. That might be important, but they're not expected to cut again. They may have already fucked up by cutting once, right? If jobless claims fall, it might make people a little nervous, but I don't think it's going to really do anything. The 10-year tips auction tomorrow is probably pretty important. Next week we get PMIs and shit. That'll actually matter. PMIs, new home sales. I think we get durables next week. GDP. Maybe PCE. Is it time for PCE? I think we get GDP and PCE next week. I think I'm going to close half of the puts and then just straddle the other side. Vol's not really strong enough to buy a strangle, but I don't need a straddle tonight. Right? I only care if SPX gets above 5620. Hmm. Okay. Nvidia oversold. Is it worth $12? Probably not. No, I'm thinking I can just get a strangle. So I have 5620 and 5660 puts, right? So I think I can just buy the 5620 calls, take profit on like half of the 5620 puts, and then hold the 660s and the rest of the 620s as the downside protection. Well, the 5620 puts are for Friday, and then the 5660 puts are for end of the month. So I have a lot of theta on the puts. So I think well, not the 5620s, but I have theta on the 5660s. So I think yeah, I just get a strangle sort of, or I just buy the 5620 calls and then leave the puts like alone. It looks like we're closing below GN. I mean, we got 1 fucking minute left and we're pushing to 85. Yeah. Yeah. Ding ding. That's over. Jimmy did in fact get shorted a little end of day. Not much, but a little bit. Um, I still think some of those weekly calls probably just took profits because we keep getting rejected. Uh, Upstart 3091. Yeah, that might have peaked. Fubo still looks kind of good. I know it pulled back today, but it bounced back from the pullback. It's got a lot of way to go, and earnings is pretty close. Like, there's almost no ETF covering here at all. Yeah, I might continue to push up. I'd really like to see it get a leg up over $1.50 and start to push out some of those sold calls. And a bunch of those sold calls fall off on Friday too, so that could make a big difference as well. Beyond pulled back a little bit today, but still looks like it's getting some covering as well. A lot of this because Russell was down today, right? Go EV, same deal. Also in the R2K. So none of those really overperforming. SPX obviously had a rough day. 100 and almost 140 BPS drop, and pretty significant, like almost double the market maker's expected move. It's one of the reasons we see a big spike in volatility. on longer term time frames, it looks like we're really starting to lose 5640, right? Which means the next major level of support is going to be down here like 56, 5610, 5600. I would say that's probably where we're headed next. NQ's down 300 basis points on the day, and slid below the 20K mark, which is a big deal. Dollar's down 50 points almost. That's definitely hurting the spread on the carry trade with the JPY. Yields relatively unchanged throughout the day. The 20-year auction didn't really present any significant change to things. Bloomberg Commodity Index futures dropped a little bit today, down about 40 points. We've been seeing commodity demand kind of decline with the Chinese data after Sunday. That seems to be continuing. Although oil did overperform today due to the EIA reports. Reserves aren't all that substantial. So correlation started to turn around a little bit today, and bulls tried to really protect that bottom from giving out, and opening up that downside exposure below 55.75, but they didn't manage to actually turn it around, and that started to break down again into the end of the day. We're probably going to continue to see that happening. They did, however, prevent the forward yield of volatility from going positive, just barely, and this may creep up overnight. I think we got to a high of negative 0.8% and closed the day out at negative 2.2. We're still really close though, and that demand is going to keep picking up, right? Especially as we near that, and if vol continues to move up, VIX up almost 10% today, VIX 3-month up 6.04%, VIX futures up 3.3, right? So we're really getting a lot more demand and volatility. Bond vol up, alongside the move up in 3-month correlation. Skew pulled back a little bit yesterday. It might be one of the reasons the drop kind of held up today, is that a little bit of that tail risk hedging pulled back as we rocketed to new all-time highs into the end of the day yesterday. They're still shorting the fuck out of VIX. They're really trying to prevent that from kind of ramping up and giving that long signal, right? VIX is now down to positive 10.39% correlation on the week, so it's dropped both Monday and yesterday, and now today as well. But still significantly higher than the prior week. Fed fund futures, they kind of chopped around a little bit on today's data, but mostly just flat, still at about 0.65. Somebody's had to be worried markets going down soon. His financial advisor responded to his inquiry with timing the market is a fool's errand. Oh, Jesus. Trump considering Daddy Jamie Dimon for U.S. Treasury. The top is never in. It will be if he gets his hands on the Fed. Anyway, today's breakdown, not really significant enough yet on the technical levels. Remember earlier in the week, when I put down the technical analysis for the week for SPX, we still really want to see SPX lose that 55.70 level from the prior week. And that's where we'd first get an indication that things are maybe starting to turn around. Below that, the 54.46 level would confirm a reversal. So We haven't even really hit the test yet. Things here could still reverse really easily. There's a ton of sold calls in the money above us, and if we push up into them, that's going to trigger that cover bid from the on ES, right? And that's going to trigger a squeeze, right? So we really need to push those deep enough into the money that they don't present a risk to the price bouncing up back through them again. And I think 55.70 is probably going to be the first step on the way to that. But we're still very far from, I know it's a bearish day, but we're still really far from an actual reversal. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everyone has a lovely night. Later.